Oh, good morning. It's Friday, and it is once again time for relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. As I promised on Wednesday, there would be precipitation today. I know that on Wednesday we kind of broke our tradition and we didn't have precipitation on streaming day, but it came back, and it came back with a vengeance. I think we've got probably 5 inches of wet, heavy snow. And it's still snowing and probably will continue until at least break time today. So that gives us something else to do, moving the snow off the driveway and the sidewalks. Anyway, yeah, we're back on track with precipitation on streaming day, and we'll see if we can continue that all the way through the month of March. I'm hoping not. Today we're going back to painting minifigs, the ones that I started on Monday. We'll be picking up today. Would like to hear back from you about what you thought about Submarine Wednesdays. Hi, Who. Yes, I will do a flip. You haven't missed it because I haven't done it. So we did the first Submarine Wednesday, maybe the last, I don't know. Maybe, if I did the stream on Thursday instead of Friday, since it always is terrible weather on Fridays, maybe that would work. What do you think? It might be cleared up kind of a little bit by this evening, maybe. Yeah. So I did Submarine Wednesday and found all of the parts, including the broken ladder, which was pretty cool, and the broken hinge for one of the Renwall cutaway submarines, which was pretty cool. And I did a lot of prep work on them because some of them had been painted and they have a lot of mold marks, and so did a bunch of sanding and got plastic and paint dust everywhere. That was kind of fun. Anyway, between now and next Wednesday, I will be priming all the little parts, and hopefully not losing any between here and there, and then starting to paint them. There's a lot of detail on them, and in some ways almost more than some of the minifigs, as we'll see. So I will ask all of you who see that stream if you would like to continue with Submarine Wednesdays, and that will, if we do, it'll go on for a good long time because there's a lot of preparation and a lot of detail and a lot of fitting parts that aren't really quite fitting very well, either because they were molded that way or because they warped over the last 60 years as they were sitting in the box. But yeah, let us know if you want Submarine Wednesdays or not, and we'll follow your wishes. So today, let's see, this was set up for wide view because the submarine was pretty large. I'll bring this back down. Going back to these guys, these mace-wielding archers. And I was hoping to go with kind of a monochrome look on these. I'm trying to keep it down to maybe seriously 4 colors and on the clothing and stuff. So what I'm going to be doing is painting today. I'll be starting up here. I'll explain that in a minute, but I'll be painting the bags and the quiver a light gray, a shade lighter than the belts. And once I get those done, I'll probably, there's little weird things like the shafts of the arrows, stuff like that. And there will be a splash of color. I'm going to be painting the crossbow scarlet red, a dark red, and the feathers, the fletches, I guess they're called, the feathers on the arrows, brighter red. So that will be the color pop on these guys. The mace will just be painted Oh, I think I'm going to paint the handle a darker shade of metallic and the head a lighter one. Probably use the same color on the handle as I do on the buckles on the belts. And it looks like the paint on belts, I'm not sure. Maybe needs some little touching up. No doubt will be some touching up after the buckles are done anyway. But it's kind of weird. It looks like it kind of pulled away from the edges. Yeah. So the bags and the quiver, and I'll probably be painting the big pieces close to the end. The other one will be in the same color scheme, bags and the quiver in the lighter gray, and then the buckles. And I'll be using a light brown buff for the under leather and a slightly darker brown called flat earth for the over parts. Okay. And then I'm going to use probably an umber wash on those to just give them some texture and a little bit of color to show off. I want to show off the folds in the print. So yeah, this dark gray, there's little spots all over the place in the dark gray that the paint either pulled away or something, I'm not sure. Well, the thing I did at the end on Wednesday that I thought was going to be pretty simple and straightforward turned out not to be. I started painting the hair on this one. As you can see, there's a little hair spot there. And I put on my handy dandy head magnifiers, and make my head, that's what they're called, head magnifiers. Make my head big. I discovered that when I looked at the detail that there's a beard here. So the paint wasn't applying very well. It needed some thinning, and I did that. We'll see how that works. And it's just harder, to get the beard painted on than if I were just painting the head. So this painting its hair and beard may end up taking, I don't know, probably like a half hour or something at the speed I go, just applying tiny little dots of paint and pushing them to the edges. And I'll be using my head magnifier to do that because let's just say that I can't see that without the magnifier very well. And so this will be a test of whether my painting skill matches my ability to see things magnified. The downside of the magnifier is that you can see where the paint edges are ragged instead of smooth. Anyway, yeah, you just see a whole lot more detail that would be better left unseen because then it would look like it was well done. Let's see. I flipped tweezers before. I flipped the contact cement. I flipped almost everything that's here on this table. I don't know. Have I flipped this little container thing? I don't think so. So let's move the camera back so you can see the flip. There you go. Try not to knock too much stuff over. There. Yep, there's the flips. There. Do my best to keep this on camera. Yep, so I'll be starting with the hair and the beard and just seeing how far along I can get on that. And once that's done, I'll be doing the pouches and the quiver. I'm going to do some metallic touches on the quiver here and here. That happened on one of the other models I did, and the buckles and the handle. And then I'll be doing some probably dark gray touch-up because it looks like the paint didn't I don't know, just didn't cover very well. Yeah. And then I'll be doing dark gray touch-up again because there's spots like back here where the belts cross, and I have to get a tiny little bit of triangle of color in there. Yeah, this is where I start complaining about design versus manufacturing, right? The design of these things is actually wonderful, and the print detail is pretty amazing, but they are not designed for easy painting. Yeah, these go all the way from like 1x to 3x. I was using 2 on Monday. I'm going to try the 1x, the 1.5. I'm going to try the 1.5 and see how that works. Yeah, let's see. Put the little light on. There's a little light on there. Light up the work. Put this aside. That might be enough detail. And then, oh yeah, I should probably stir the paint. Here we go. So, wait, everything's vibrating there today. So I'm going to try to keep this relaxing today, but I have to say today is a grumpy day. I'm just grumpy because the air pressure changed with the front that moved through. There's going to be like 6 inches or something of heavy wet snow that's going to have to be moved. Most of it today. I'm not sure what the temperature is going to be like, but if it starts getting really cold, if that stuff isn't moved, then it's going to freeze and turn into glacier, and that'll be even harder. So that's part of grumpiness. Okay, well, this will be a real test of how this day is going to go as I attempt to make my head magnified here. My head is now magnified, and we'll angle these. But yeah, there's definitely a beard and a mustache there. That didn't see when I painted his face. Now, so we get this little bitty brush out and start moving paint around and see how it goes. There. That would have been great fun. Grumpiness would have accelerated even further if I'd put that in. Okay. I have to get the right paint combination of head angle and lens angle so that it's both slightly comfortable, somewhat comfortable, and at the same time magnifying what needs to be magnified. Just finding the right spot. Second time I've used these. It'll take a while. Around the top of the ear here. Okay, well, this is going to end up being maybe a quiet day because I am in the can't walk and chew gum stage of painting this model. That is trying to control the brush and talk at the same time. I don't know, might not be working for me today. Try to put a dollop of paint on there and then use the brush to push it down. Which is up to but not on the ear. And on the back of the neck there. Yeah. Yeah, this is a thing here today. And then the hairline is kind of a ridge that goes over, and I want, the hair has to come down a little further here. I need to basically imagine where the edge of the beard is here. Say these magnifiers do help a lot. I would not be able to see this at all without them. Here's some of it. Yeah, well, these parts get painted a different color later. There's no sense having a big blob of paint on them. The side of the brush there, paint kind of opens up on them. That side certainly looks different from this side. Part of the effort here is going to try to make them symmetric. I'm sure that the model print is, but it doesn't mean the painting is. Ooh, I might end up doing so whatever skin tone that is, touch up. Done. To get the symmetry, like the beard, you know, kind of the same on both sides. Stashes, you know, I think I went up a little too high here. I did come down. The same thing here. At least, I mean, you can see the impression of a beard. It's just not symmetric. Do the hair thing here. Yeah, so this is going to require, you know, a fair amount of rehabilitation here. You know, kind of obvious that my skill with the brush here is a little bit less than the skill level demanded in print. See if at least I can get the ear line clean. Make it look like, you know, just had a visit to the barber here. Nice clean line around the back of the neck, which is not something I have. Yeah, it's not bad. The ears aren't bad. A little touch right here. Okay, and then, yeah, the beard is kind of a, let's just say that that is not really great. Not really awful. But it's up too high on the cheeks here. Very much so. And part of that was I just couldn't see where the line was, so I just kept going, and that was a mistake. Got up too high there. Yeah, so we're gonna have to let that dry, and then I'll come back to it and with this flesh tone paint and try to rehabilitate it. Up here, this has to be painted the color of the leather undershirt, I think. Or maybe the overshirt. I'm not sure what color the collar will be. I guess the overshirt. So the flat earth that I paint here will go around these edges, and there'll be touch up on the gray then. So that'll cover that. And then when I touch up the gray, that'll cover that. That was, I'd say, in terms of grading this, I'd give this kind of like a C. Definitely not B work. I don't think it's as bad as like D, and it's not a flunk, but it's yeah, it's not good. It's not great. Say it's fair. Isn't that how I go? Be like great, good, fair, poor. This lands in the fair range. All right, so I'll take these off in a minute. And clean this brush, get rid of this paint. That would say the flesh tone. I chose this flesh tone because it was less orange than the one I tried before, but it's still pretty orange. The other figure is females and doesn't have a beard. The cowl goes all the way around the face though, so that presents another kind of challenge, which is to get the paint down up to the face but not over it. Deal with that when we do that color. Going to I guess I'm going to use the light gray. Yeah. The arrow shafts, those need to be painted after I do the gray, I think. Color, I should paint those. I don't see any reason to not do them brown. Maybe I'll just use the same, I'm going to use the same color as I use on the base. I do those. I'm going to do the pouches next, though. Those are a little bit of a challenge because just the way it's molded, and then I can paint up to them when I start putting brown on. So I'm going to do the pouches and the quivers. And then maybe the metallics, maybe the arrow shafts, probably the arrow shafts. I'll do those next. Yeah, this light gray color for that. Paint on there. That'll probably show as a this is the crossbow that was broken before, I think. Maybe not. They're both they're really fragile. So there's two bits to this. There's the bags, and then there's the quiver. And for the quiver, on this one at least, it doesn't touch anything else. I'm just going to use a larger brush to make sure it's covered. This I need to do with the smaller brush because it's right behind the arm here. Just need to get the paint on it without getting it totally everywhere else. Seems to be a regular design feature of this set of figures. That is to say, this horn. I got it on the belt. That needs to be touched up with a darker gray. I think they're like water skins or something. This is the second one I'm doing. It has one of these. And I'm not making my head large with this because it's not that tiny. When I try to fix his face, I'll be putting those back on for sure. It's light gray works well. I'm not sure I'll even give it a wash. Just make it look dirty, unless I were to use just a light gray wash. So I'm going to do the pouches on both of these figures, and then use the bigger brush on the quiver. The same thing's true here. The quiver touches the crossbow there, but I'll be doing the crossbow later. Quicker. Your brush on the quiver. You said this was Grumpy Day. I should have been I should have been a little bit grumpier about how that beard didn't come out very well. I could go back to that and just say, I can't believe it. It's not to redo the face, and I'll probably have to go back and forth like 5 different times before I get it right. And by then, the paint will be built up so much that you won't be able to see the detail. And then I don't know what I'll do. Either I'll live with the loss of detail, or maybe I'll just have to strip all the paint off and start over. And that would be, I'm going to know something. How am I doing with the grumping? I think I'm doing pretty well here. So I'm going to keep that grump going for a little while, because this is just grumpy day. You know, it should be, you know, it's Friday. It should be a TGIF Friday kind of thing, but no, not when the air pressure changes so much and then you get 6 inches of wet snow that you have to try to move. And, you know, it sticks to the shovel, it sticks to the snowblower, it gums everything up. It's really heavy, so it's a huge workout. You have to stop and take a break every now and then, much more frequently than if it were like fluffy snow. So yeah, there is just a lot to grump about today. Think anything's broken yet. This is going to be painted in metallic up here on the top. Here, there's a band that'll be painted, the gunmetal that I'm going to use. Okay, so we'll wash this off and then get a little larger one and get the quiver done. So one other thing that happened this week is that Nikki primed, that looks like 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 7 dozen, maybe 8 dozen floor tiles. Some of them are sewer tiles, some are cut stone, and those all need to be base coated. And so one thing you can look forward to is a stream of just base coating one floor tile after the other. So those go really quickly. Use a big brush, lots of paint. You know, it just gets on. You just have to make sure to get it into like the openings, the mortar joints, or the joints between the blocks, so that those get painted and aren't just the primer color. That's like painting something. Look at that. Just slide the brush and the paint goes on. Yeah, so it's like this quiver just was, but on a much larger, faster scale. So I think it'll be kind of a toss-up on Monday, depending on how far along I get on these. If I finish these, then on Monday I'll be asking whether I should be painting the dungeon tiles that were just primed, whether I should move on to other minifigs. These came in a set of 8. That isn't to say that there are 8 of all the same sort of thing. It's just that there were 8 of them printed at once. And so there are 8 minifigs that in total that could be painted. So after I'm done with these, there'll be 6 more. So everybody, what's the fraction and the decimal here? Come on, say it with me. When these are done, it'll be 2/8 or 1/4 finished. And 1/4 finished is 25%. Or another way to say it is a quarter. Being a quarter done, you know, everybody, you know, I used to like quarter pounders and things. That's a good number. So, okay. So there's a lot of just gray on this. which will be, these figures are just going to be gray and brown. You know, they're going to be pretty subdued in their color scheme, other than the crossbows and the fletches on the arrows. Those are going to be a little brighter. Yeah. That's pretty much it for this light gray at this point. At least until we start doing touch-up. I think I'm going to isopropyl alcohol here that has been used before. So there's a lot of pigment in it, but I think a better job of releasing the paint from the bristles. Reading that data, set that back aside. I think I'm going to try to fix his face, you know, just do this. So we'll get this orangey flesh tone paint out. Make my head big again. And maybe what I'll do then is paint the shafts of the arrows. Need like the most minuscule little drop of this. Head is now big. It's now magnified. It's not dry yet. Pretty much just trying to get it symmetric. Looks like. Not sure if it's not painted or if it's brown or what, but there's a dark spot right there. mustache to be a little bit less. You know? This doesn't look too bad. Could make the mouth look a little bigger, but I'm not going to. I'm going to say that this isn't the way it was designed. I'm looking at it now and I can see that the edge of the beard is way down here. Like it doesn't come up on his cheeks as much. Kind of does on this side, but not on the other. But I'm going to leave it this way. I'm going to just say that this is okay. It's not too bad. There's a tiny spot up on the head here. Maybe where here where I'm going to make the hairline up, just raised the tiniest little bit. Wise, even with my head magnified, I think it looks acceptable. So we're going to leave it at that. Okay. I'm going to continue to wear these, and I'm going to paint buckles, little straps, belt buckles and strap buckles. Hi, Flying Ryan. Thanks for joining in today. I am back to painting minifigs. I have my head magnified here, and what I have been attempting to do today, and so far in, good God, almost an hour, I have managed to paint his hair and beard and the pouches on the belt, and that's all I've gotten done. That's amazing how non-productive I've been today. And now what I'm doing is painting the buckles, or attempting to anyway, the little buckles on the belt and the bandolier thing. I have noticed that this dark gray paint that I use looks really scabby, so I'm going to be doing a bunch of touch-up on that. Bitty brush here, attempting to paint the buckle. I got inside of the buckle there. I've been discovering that these magnifiers, that the amount of detail I can see and the amount of detail I can produce, same. is to say the detail is much finer than the detail that I'm creating. With tiny bits of that dark gray paint that I can rehabilitate these buckles. I mean, they're not horrible, but they're just not. Back. Giving the impression of buckles. Actually, these are pretty good. They're really very helpful in seeing the detail. These magnifiers. It's taken a while for me to, well, I wouldn't say a long time, but a couple of little attempts before I was able to get the angle. These rotate, which is really cool. And the distance, basically just getting used to them. But once they're set up, so that the angle is right and the distance is right, it makes a huge difference in terms of being able to see what it is I'm painting. So thanks for joining in. I know that you're busy doing your own stream. And let's say the controversy of the day is whether or not to continue with submarine Wednesdays. So what do you think? Should we continue with submarines on Wednesdays? Or is that something that just seems just too much off what this stream is about? I think I'm going to keep working on the submarine, but I don't need to do it. Oh, really? Okay, well, since you are such a regular viewer here, that means a lot. So I will continue with Submarine Wednesday. Between now and then, I will prime those pieces that I found and prepared. There was a lot of prep work. I was really surprised at how much sanding was necessary, sanding and filing, to get those pieces to the point where they were usable. And then after the stream, as I was, getting them ready to prime, I thought, well, maybe I better check to see if these actually fit together, because doing that later would have been, they're already painted, primed and painted, and if they don't fit at that point, that would have been kind of a chore. And you would not be surprised to hear that, let's just say the pegs didn't fit the holes. The little tabs that are supposed to go into the holes where the cement comes in were uniformly too big, largely because of flashing, just the excess plastic on it from molding process. So I spent probably another half hour yesterday filing and sanding some more. Y'all didn't miss very much. Yeah, actually it is. I built that kit. But well, let's just say a long time ago. Kit and I were both new. And just to, looking back at it, it was pretty obvious that I followed the painting directions and did not care much about the detail of the model. So one thing I discovered, and we'll see this on Wednesday, is on one side of the bulkhead, I kept referring to these things as light fixtures. Well, they were very much not light fixtures. I looked again. I went ahead on the directions to see, what was on that side of the bulkhead, because they were on the opposite side of the bulkhead of the torpedo room. And they're the toilets. Yep, this model had included the toilets. And those are them. So I'm glad I checked that, because instead of painting them like metallic with a light lampshade or something, they will be white, glossy white porcelain. Pretty weird, huh? And because on the box top, it was like, oh yeah, they even put the bathroom in here, but I didn't see any pieces. And then I found out after looking ahead at the instructions and finding the other pieces that, in fact, the bathroom fixtures were molded into the bulkheads on either side. So that's going to make a difference in terms of the color of the walls on the inside. Like the torpedo room, the walls of that cabin, or compartment, I guess I should call it. The walls of that compartment are colored green, and not the forest green with the old Testors enamels, but kind of a light green. And I think I've got to color that, kind of come close to it. I'm going to use the box top as my color guide for most of this. But yeah, so those were the toilets. And the viewers will note that they were not in the individualized little compartments. Nope. There's no privacy. No privacy in the bathroom on the submarine. My effort to keep the number of colors to a minimum, the color that I was using on the buckles on the belts is the same color I'm using for the shaft of the mace. And will be the same color that I'm going to use for the metallic bits on the quiver. This is one of these things where I could end up using like a dozen different colored paints and trying not to. The one thing that works with these is that they only focus here, and if I look up at the screen like this over the top of them, I'm sure there is some sort of on YouTube or something else, that there is a way of finding out what the actual colors of all of these things, like the hatchways, where the frames of the hatchways, sometimes they might be painted red, not the hatch themselves, but the frame might be, so that you didn't bash into it, right? The hatches for the torpedo tubes, I'm sure, were a different color. So if I wanted to do the research, I probably could find out what the historically correct colors were for all these parts of the submarine. Or I could just be lazy and paint them the colors that were close to the colors on the box top. And I'm not really sure. I've got the weekend and a couple of days next week. So maybe I will do some real quick research, just to look at it, just to see if there is a historically accurate color guide out there. And if there is, that would be amazing. I would probably go ahead and attempt to use it. If I can't find something right away, I'm not sure how much time I'm going to take on it, because on one hand, I want it to look really good. On the other hand, it's a hobby model, it's not like a professional display thing. It's not going into a contest or anything like that. So I want it to look good, and I want it to look, I'll say, realistic, but not necessarily accurate. So we'll find a compromise. But there probably is, if not the George Washington, maybe some other earlier submarine. They probably had pretty, if it's an attack submarine instead of the boomer. You're absolutely right. They probably were made out of aluminum. Something like that's probably very true. Is that they were very likely metallic rather than porcelain. Because if you break a porcelain toilet, and you don't have a lot of room on a sub, there's weight issues. You're not going to want to carry like 6 or 7 spare toilets around in case something cracks or breaks. Thanks for pointing that out. But that's the kind of thing that really, can make a difference in the look of the model. And it would be easy to paint them aluminum, because I have like different shades of Viejo aluminum paint. You're right, they could repair it. They could make a new one, but carrying a porcelain thing around, they're heavy, they're fragile. It actually makes a good deal of sense that that would be the case. Maybe stainless steel? You think maybe they would do that? Would be expensive. Could look into that. "20 years in the submarines." Yeah, that being a submariner. I was talking about that before. You don't call them submarines; they're submarines. So you should be a submariner, not a submariner. So you could check with him and ask him, the Royal Navy might have had totally different color schemes. You don't know. But, did they paint the hatchways? For example, did they paint the hatchways or the frames of the hatchways red or something like that to keep people from bashing their heads? But it would make sense to spend a little bit of time looking these things up. That's a long time to be in submarine corps. Yeah. Well, at any rate, it probably didn't matter what it was made out of, because just to keep keep people occupied, there was always the person who did something a little bit wrong, ticked off one of the officers somehow or other, who got to polish the toilets. So whether they were aluminum or stainless steel, I'm sure that they were very, very shiny, because there was always somebody who was stuck with toilet polishing duty. You just call it that. He stayed sort of sane after being in submarines that long. So was he on like an atomic powered one? Just being next to all of these people all the time. Especially if you're on an atomic sub, these boomers, the ones that carry the missiles, I think went out on like 6-month tours. But basically, you were underwater. You couldn't see anything other than the inside of the submarine for half a year at a time. That, I would think, could just be really overwhelming. And then, if this model is at all accurate, many of the crew bunks were triple. So you got in, and there was barely room, I would think, to even roll. You could not sit up in bed. So besides just being claustrophobic, being in this submarine all the time, your sleeping quarters were really claustrophobic. I would have a very hard time with that. Just looking at the buckles, those didn't come out horribly. But they'll be a great touch-up anyway. Yeah. All of those are 6 months. At least, with the old diesel ones, even though you could use snorkels to stay under for a good long time, the diesel electric, which are really quiet, I guess, and harder to detect, they couldn't go out that long. They'd run out of fuel. They'd come up for air. If you were really lucky, maybe you'd get bridge duty, when you came up to the surface and get to see the clouds, if not the sun. Yeah, but the 6 months at a time. And then I guess maybe you probably got 6 months off, but nonetheless. Two changes of clothes. One or two little shower stalls for 100-some people. I'm not sure that this is historically accurate, but there are only 3 toilets in the model. That seems inadequate, to say the least. Yeah. So. Oh, yeah. Of course they would. Of course they would practice that. I mean, you wouldn't want escaping from partially sunken submarine. You wouldn't want to just do it for the very first time when you needed to do it. So they take you down, and you take one deep breath and hope you don't get the bends on the way up. That sounds kind of scary and very unpleasant. So I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure how it is on a whole lot of surface ships. I mean, at least it's on the surface, right? So you can, with some frequency at least, get out and see the sky. Okay, that combination of gray with the metal on it doesn't look too bad. It's not ostentatious, but it looks okay. The buckles are a little ragged. I'm going to try to touch those up a little bit. The dark gray needs touching up anyway, but I'll probably save that until I get all of the stuff around it, because when I paint up to all these straps and things, I'll probably need to touch up the dark gray then. So I think what I'll do next is the shafts on the arrows, and that's going to look really messy at first. The shafts are very, very tiny. And I'm going to get the paint on surfaces, the feather surfaces almost certainly. And then I'll try to paint up to them, because it'll just be easier to do that. Here, the feather on this one didn't get printed quite well, so it's just going to be what it is. What I should have done, but I didn't. Well, I'm going to paint the arrowheads the same color as the mace head there. Just to do that, to be a little lazy about it. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for joining in. And yeah, you'll be able to watch this on YouTube, see how far along I get on these guys. And then I'll be back on Monday, either working on another minifig or on all of these floor tiles, dungeon floor tiles, doing base coating. But I'm just going to plug along on these folks in the meantime. And thanks for joining in and for the information about the submarine toilets. Thank you. You too. You never know what will happen on relaxing painting, you know? Just the oddest things might come up. See you. There was that. You just never know what the topic du jour might be on relaxing painting, dice and dungeons. Today, the surprise topic was toilets on submarines. That was an important discussion because I'm going to be painting submarine toilets on Wednesday. And I would have painted them white when they needed to be painted aluminum. That was really, really important. And I suppose sometime between now and Wednesday I should look up submarine interiors and just get some idea of what real colors were used in some parts of the submarines. Because the Renwall model, you know, I don't know where they got their color scheme. Their painting directions are just hopelessly useless. They don't even point to most of the features. I'm bothering to wear these for this particular component of the painting, because the painting is just going like everywhere. arrow shafts here. And kind of intentionally, I guess, getting the paint just on all the feathers anyway, because there's no way I can get it onto the arrow shaft without getting it onto the feathers. So the accuracy when I come back and paint the feathers. Pretty amazing how this print detail on the shafts and the feathers here. Now, trying to reach in to get the shafts painted. I have to touch up the metallic. I have to touch that up anyway. It didn't go in the right spot. And I'll be doing some back and forth painting here. There's metallic up where it shouldn't be, metallic not where it should be. Yep. This is going to go way over the edges onto the crossbow below. Painting to it. Paint the crossbow. So these magic head magnifiers that you really see detail that I can't execute. So this crossbow is broken. There's some flaws in it, but I think after it's painted, and if you're looking at it from a distance on a stream, it will still be okay. Discovering that the necessity for the tiny brush here isn't so much to make sure that the paint is accurately applied as that it can get into these little nooks and crannies and spaces that need to be painted brown. No doubt show its value when I attempt to paint the feathers red. Okay, well, that just looks like a mess, but hopefully when I get some red paint on here, that will flow onto the feathers fairly smoothly and will show itself to be what it should be. Looks like I got the metallic on this quiver better than on the other one. I need to get the light gray out again. I missed a spot under here. And I need to do some touch up on the other quiver. So I think I'll do that now. Okay, this paint it's one of those with it's gummed up on the threads. Okay, light gray. We'll get the light gray back out and give it another little stir. So the feedback, I'll just let you know, the feedback so far is, oh, yeah, nicely done. Totally forgot about the arrow that was already set onto the crossbow. So there I was moving on to another color when I've got the shaft that shows the most here painted. So the vote now so far is 1-0 in favor of continuing Submarine Wednesdays. I call, if there's a tie, a 1-1 tie, I'm going to call it in favor of whoever provided feedback first. So it's going to take two no votes between now and Tuesday to not have Submarine Wednesday next week. Otherwise, what you'll be treated to is the painting, and we'll see how long that takes, and potentially some assembly of the sail and the torpedo room. At the rate I am painting today, painting those two rooms of the submarine probably will take as long as it did when the submarine was actually built. You know, like a week or something. Yep. The downside of these head magnifiers is that the messiness. There we go. That's done officially. And I'm going to pull this gray paint out again and do a little touching up. This particular guy. Significant unevenness in the location of the boundary between the metallic. Paint completely out of the brush. And there was something else. Like there was a spot that wasn't painted or something. It looks like, right across the top here, that line should be infinitesimally lower. Oh yeah, no, I remember. It was the whatever this horn thing is on the other one. On the bottom, that wasn't painted at all. That I need to get the metallic out again, and there's some spots that need to be touched up with that. The guys there, and there's like there's a spot right in the back of its head. Looks like it's not painted. These are the one little dots at a time kind of things that you look at something and it's like, is that real or not? You know, does it just show up because of reflection? Who can tell? So you do that and then try to clean the brush. Yeah, this is grumpy day, so I'm going to start doing grumpy things. Why not, right? Do grumpy things. Like doing little minuscule touch-up stuff. Yeah, this one. Gunmetal color, and I need to do it. When I painted the brown, I got it onto the gunmetal here. And then there was some, it didn't, the edge isn't right. Paint around the top a little more here. The other one. Looking at it here, I didn't see it until I turned it. I think there was brown paint there as well. So just as well, I checked this one out. I think there's enough metal on the buckles. In fact, in a few places, it's a little too much. Like here, it needs to be just minimized a little bit. I think just to move things along, I'm going to paint 30-ish. I think I'm going to go ahead and paint the crossbow. Maybe not the feathers, but the crossbow, because it touches in a few places the other colors. I'm going to get that red on. And then after the break, well, before the break, I might do some dark gray touch up just to do it, just knowing that I might have to come back to it again, but just so that like the buckles are finished. Okay. Maybe I'll decide. I think I'm going to paint the crossbow next, since I've got the head magnifiers on. My head is very large. It's 1.5 large is the size. I decided I was going to use the darker red, the scarlet red for the crossbow, and a bright red for the feathers. And in the theme of Grumpy Day, I'm going to do this because it's real likely that there'll be a slip of the brush and something will get messed up and I'll need to redo something else. And I'll be grumpy because the crossbows, the way they're molded onto the bodies, there's some places where it's just quite hard to get the brush to it. So I'm going to grump about that. And then I'll take a break and come back and grump about what a mess it is outside. We have just like probably a lot of places in the country right now who could grump about their weather. We got a lot of really wet, heavy snow. That is going to be quite a challenge to get off of sidewalks and driveways. You know, of living in this almost any part of the country is being able to grump about the weather. I will do that, even though I know that compared to many other places, there's not that much to grump about. So one can say, relative, there's a spot there that needs to be redone again. Like gray, just a little touch there. So, if you just do relative grumping in this situation is probably not justified because the weather is so much worse and destructive in other parts of the country. Those people, have every right to be hugely grumpy, massively grumpy about their weather. But it doesn't look at their weather in the context of weather every place else. The grumpiness is justified. And what better on relaxing painting with dice and dungeons than to listen to an old man grumble about something? We're designed to do that. That's our point in life at this point. You get to be at a certain age, and it's like, this is now my right. It's an inalienable right to grump. And since today is sort of, there's actually something sort of to grump about, I'm just going to do that. So I'm going to grump about moving snow, wet, heavy snow. I think I'll grump about how next to impossible it is to get the red paint into this spot here. Glad I'm doing this now instead of later because it'll be getting paint on everything else. Grumping about what one is doing is very much a tradition. Grumping about the weather, I think, those are really standard grump things, aren't they? Grumping about the weather, grumping about having to do what one is doing, even if you like doing what you're doing, it doesn't much matter. It's always a basis for grumping about it. It's like, the light isn't right, or the paint isn't working well, or it's sticking to the brush, or certain times of the year I could be drinking beer and watching TV, watching football, right? That's a thing that's an old man thing, is I could be drinking beer and watching football. Why am I doing this? Not that I'd rather be doing that, and there isn't any football on anyway, so I couldn't be. That's not even something that could happen, but, it's the basis for grumpiness. But I can legitimately be grumpy about the paint drying up. It looks like I just need to waste paint by making a bigger blot. Okay, so that I've got paint, even though I'm not using very much of it, it doesn't dry up on me. and get all sticky. Getting used to these magnifiers. Trick is to get the angle. There's a lot of adjustments on them to make them be comfortable and effective. The angle of this, the light, my head, the distance to the model. They are pretty effective in allowing me to see things that were totally invisible before. So far, they haven't given me a headache or made me nauseous. And so that's something good. No, sorry, I couldn't say that because this is grump time. What I needed to say is, well, I wonder when I'm going to get a headache, or gee, I wonder when I'm going to feel nauseous. I almost lost almost went off track of grumpiness there. There's this one spot here that I think is part of the. Sometimes, you get way down in these little corners here, and you can't really tell. See, this is part of grumpiness. What it is, okay? Is that a bit of the belt? I think that's a bit of the belt there. So there. I think too bad. I wanted, because everything is so monotone on this. It's just I'm just using like 2 shades of gray and 2 shades of brown. That I wanted to have just one thing that gave it a little bit of color. And so I picked the crossbow because it's visible without being obtrusive on the model. And it's something that somebody who just wore browns and grays anyway very well might have decided to paint their crossbow because that's a very important weapon for them. Brighter color just to show it off. And it's not a real bright red, it's not like a glaring red. The feathers will be brighter. This is okay. I think I turned it this way. The bottom of the crossbow is visible and needs to be painted. Painting the arrowhead later. This works much better with paint that hasn't started to set up and get gummy. No, did it again. I needed to grump. Needed to reverse that and say, that was awful when the paint set up and started to get gummy and I couldn't spread it and it stuck to the tip of the brush and made a mess. See, every once in a while I lose track of the need to remain true to Grumpy Day. Rotate this in like 750 different degrees to make sure that I got I didn't miss a spot, and I missed a spot. That's the grumpy way of saying this. There's another spot that isn't quite right, and I suppose I should touch that. I bet I find more. Thank you. Thanks, Afala. Yeah, it's coming along. Yeah, it's touching stuff up as I go. To the arrowhead. There'll be a gap after when I paint the arrowhead. These 1.5. I'm going to try the next time I put these on, I'm going to put it on 2 and see what I like better. 1.5. It's not a huge magnification, but it also doesn't make it like look gigantic. Okay, so that's okay. That's going to look okay with the browns and the grays, I think. I'll do this one here. Same deal. Get red paint on the part that needs to be red. Try not to get too much red paint on the parts that don't belong to the crossbar. Get both the glasses and the model at the same time. Get everything focus. Get too much paint on the brush. But that's the dark gray color that I knew that I would be dealing with again anyway, because there's spots that didn't cover. And then just like little bubbles or something were showing. It was weird. And so there's spots that got painted over. Like I was trying to get the edge and it just went over, I think, the tiniest little bit right there. A nasty spot. Okay, I'm not worried about that. That's actually on the inside of the belt. That'll be fun to paint, but that is not the belt color. The belt edge is here. And so that has to be the tunic color. And so the issue there isn't touching up the dark gray. The issue there is getting that other color in there without getting it on all of these colors. I'm going to grump about that a good deal. Beautiful design, very difficult to execute. I remember when at the very, very beginning of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, we had a goblin who later got arrested, as goblin rogues are likely to do. But the goblin was creating the design for their minifig, actually asked me as the painter at that time to comment on, the paintability of it, because the goblin was carrying all sorts of bags and sacks and things like that. And I thought that was really good, because there were some things where there was point, like a gap, a little bit of a gap, like between a cape and another part of the model. And just, it was clear that trying to get paint into that spot was going to be impossible. And so, because of that discussion prior to molding, was able to modify it so that the break in the crossbow is a little bit more obvious than I would like, but I broke the crossbow off before. I was attempting to paint the head. This, from a distance, if you're doing a stream, or even if you're playing the game, unless you're looking at this as like a display model, where you'd be examining it in a contest, like a contest of displays, examining the painting job with a microscope or something. Yeah, it's not going to be that. You won't be able to see it, which is good because there's really nothing much I can do about it. We cemented it back on as well as we could. I not want to get it on its hair. Painting the hair and the beard was not fun. And even if it's just like a spot on the top of the head that's easy to get to, I do not really want to revisit this guy's head. Just repositioning there a little bit. Mace, I haven't painted the head of the mace yet. Painted. See, rotate it, and then keep rotating it, and then rotate it some more, because then you can see all the spots that got missed. And I'd rather catch them now, painting the original coat of paint, than to catch them later when I'm trying to do touch up, and I would prefer not to. Okay, so the arrow shaft shows okay. Painted spots, so we'll just, if it's a shadow, we'll just paint over the shadow. Okay, so there's the top of the crossbow. The arrowhead will be painted the same color as the head of the mace. Sorry. Knew there would be something that was missed. But that's not too bad. It came out okay. And I didn't get it much on anything that much mattered. There's a spot there. And here behind the mace head. A quick look at the other crossbow. I think I got that pretty well, but just to check again. Right. Take these off for a minute or more and try to get the red paint out of here. Bit for a minute. Okay, it's almost break time. That's good. Now we need to plot the next couple of steps. The tetchiest little bits that need to be done are the feathers on the arrows and the arrowhead. And then there are just large areas that need to be painted with little areas that are really touchy, like around the collar, between the collar and the belt here. So you've got this big cloak, blah, 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 blah. It's all painted, right? There's that bit. And then there's now we need to somehow get paint into this area here without getting it all over the belt or up here, getting it all over the belt or under here without getting it on the crossbow. So, and then there's a space here. That's a lovely area. I'm going to err on the side. If I can't paint something without getting paint on something else, I'm going to try to err on the side of getting it onto the gray, because the gray is raised up higher, so it'll be easier to touch up, and it needs a lot of touching up anyway. So when I come back from break, I'm going to go ahead and paint the feathers of the arrows. I'm just going to go ahead and get that done so it's kind of out of the way. Okay. I'm going to try to get that done as well as I can. And then I'm going to paint the, I think I'm going to paint the over part of the tunic. That's going to be, I'm going to paint brown now, be using browns. And I'm going to be painting that a darker brown than the arms and the legs. So it'll be a little darker on top and lighter underneath. And I'm, you get places like this where you have to paint the leg. How do you get to that? Maybe I can pull that off. If not, I can always retouch it that way. Should I paint? No, I'm going to paint the darker color first, because the lighter color gets painted up to it, like here and here. And that's easier for me to do. And the darker color just touches everything everywhere. Okay, like around the cowl and the straps and things. And it's really important to get that done to define boundaries, like around the hands and the face and the belts. And I'll probably be getting that on the gray as I do that, but then that's when I'll be doing the gray touch-up. So I'm going to take a break. Rotate this and see that there's a spot that didn't get painted, just the tiniest little spot, right? that either didn't get painted or the paint pulled away as it was drying. I can't tell. So I did that, and then now I have to wash the brush again. So we're going to keep grumpiness, keeping the grumpy theme going. So when I get back, then I'm going to be using this bright red. This is a really nice bright red for the feathers on the arrows. And I'm going to be using this lighter silver, chainmail silver, for the arrow heads and the heads of the mace. And I'm going to get those little details painted. And then I'm going to tackle the brown. There's a lot of brown, and it's a lot of space. Places where it's just, really important to get the boundaries very well done. So I'll be magnifying my head again and doing that. So we're going to see red and silver, this color. And these are touch-up colors we'll put aside. Okay, I'll be back before 12:30. I'm not sure how much before 12:30, but I'll be back then. And we'll continue on the journey of relaxing painting these figures. And I'll talk more about Grumpy Day, and I'll also probably reflect back on submarines, because that's that. Okay. Yep, break time. Definitely break time. See you in somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes. Okay, back from break, and I lied. It's after 12:30. Said I would be back before 12:30, but I am 3 minutes late. But it's Grumpy Day, so just be grumpy about that. Okay, so I wasn't honest. So I did go upstairs and took a break, and a grumpy cat was grumpy old cat was sufficiently grumpy. That was good. But one of our dogs was not grumpy. I mean, not grumpy at all. She was actually smiling. And I mean, dogs seem to do that, I think. And so I was wondering, what is the problem here? This is Grumpy Day, and now this dog is smiling. But then I realized that she is, it's like go on the entire time drying. Someday I'll have to figure out how to change the battery. This is probably going to burn it out when I keep light on. Yep. Anyway, she wasn't grumpy, but I'm attributing that to her being the equivalent of teenager. And so, being a teenager, she was probably being rebellious. And the rebelliousness overwhelmed the grumpiness. And that's why there's no way I can get that in there. Just looking at these beautifully detailed feathers in the quiver, figuring out how to paint them. Anyway, I think the dog's rebelliousness overwhelmed the grumpiness, even though teenagers are supposed to be grumpy all the time, you know, because it's Grumpy Day. I'm going to not be grumpy. Does that work? Stirring with this slightly brighter red paint. And we're going to see how this slightly brighter red paint looks on the arrows. I'm hoping it looks good because I'm not really wanting to repaint the feathers on the arrows after they've been painted. Because that would definitely contribute to grumpiness. So I want them to be red, but I want them to also stand out to not be the same red as the crossbow. That red will be a little less, it'll be less orange and more red as it dries. Experimenting here with the angle of the lens and the angle of the head. Landing on the happy medium here. It's close. That's better. So whatever I had before stopped working, I guess. Okay, well, let's see what we can do with these. feather back there. It's between the other feathers, so we can get it that way. So it's looking okay from the front. Getting around the back here, it's a little trickier. So what we're going to do is, taking our lessons from the Impressionist painters, we're going to give the impression of it having been done, having been done well. Tops of the feathers definitely show, so I want to make sure that those get red. Okay, I let the brush slip right there, just as I was rotating this. I got it very much where I didn't want it, because I had gotten the shafts of the arrows painted actually quite decently, and then that just slid right on it. I'm gonna have to try to touch that up with a little bit of brown there and there. Easier to paint from this direction and that direction, but that just didn't happen. So yeah, we'll pull the brown paint out and try to correct that. Yeah, I'm getting it on the bag there, trying to reach in. this is yeah, definitely grumpy day for this. Work to like B minus work there, just like that. Oop. We'll see if we can't repair that without having to come back to this color yet again. A tiny little drops of brown paint to fix that. Okay. Squeeze some more out because this stuff just dries out and gums up in the palette really quickly. To go quiet here as I'm walking and chewing gum at the same time again. Okay, well, let's see if we can do this without the messiness of the last one. This one might be a little challenging. Placement of arrow shafts and the feathers. what happened here is when I did the brown, I didn't touch the very tippy tips of the arrow shaft. It should be brown, but isn't. So I have to try to do that kind of touching up with that too. It's just a spot of brown paint on the top of the arrow shaft there. This one's in some ways more complicated, but in other ways a little easier in that there's a little more clearance. Yeah, got painted over completely. And that was just I couldn't see it clearly, I guess, kind of thing. Yeah, well, we might have to do a little back and forth with the brown and the red before this is acceptable. On this side, it's not too bad. On the back here, I overpainted one of the shafts just completely. I'm going to let that dry, and while that's drying, I'm going to get out the chainmail silver and paint the arrowhead and the base head. And then we'll come back with the brown and try to do some recovery here as much as possible without having to keep redoing it. Paint will be dry enough to do the touch up after I get the arrowhead and the mace head painted. I have no idea if the background music stopped or not. It happened while I was on break. Sometimes the loop stops looping. Maybe that happened here. Let's see if I can scroll down. Okay, this is I can't see both everything at the same time. Video, camera. I'm supposed to be able to see the music, but I can't. I don't know. If the music stopped, I'm sorry. That'll have to be fixed, I guess, in post, as they say. Part of the reason I can't fix it is at this point, I just can't see it. But after I finish painting these arrowheads and the mace head, I'll go back to it and take a look. So I might have to use a gray wash or something on these. It's just way brighter than I thought it would be. On the mace head would be okay because it's got all of these spiky points and everything else that that would look good if they were highlighted. They'll be pretty monotonous. So I might, maybe not the really dark gray. I don't want it to look really filthy, but maybe I'll pull out the light gray, which doesn't change the color very much, but just would show some of the texture a little bit. Yeah, get this other one. Get sniffly. It's getting chilly down here. Okay, so there are arrowheads and things. I get out the brown paint again. Things on the floor. I'm going to grumble about gravity now. Gravity just got in the way and caused things to fall that things got caught on the things that are falling. So, yeah, gravity is interfering with stuff. What color did I use on these? Okay, I used the red brown. It was the same color I was going to use on the base. Take these off for just a second. And put these on. And I think maybe I can tell. Everything's looks like it's active. I'm just trying to see about the music. Um, I don't know. I can't tell if it's. No, theirs is. No, it doesn't seem to be playing. Um, I was shown how this works once, and but now I'm not. I'm not seeing it play. So I'm thinking rather than break something else, what I'm going to do is just let them know that the music might have stopped looping and it might have to be reconstructed in post, which is really too bad. I know it's an annoyance when that happens, but I'm not able to fix it on the fly here. What I can do is attempt to fix these arrow shafts. You've got that gets. So I'm not sure when that happened, during break maybe. I know the background music helps because it drowns out the narrative. But I can't hear it here. So sometimes I don't know if it's playing or not. When I'm looking at this, I'm not seeing a little line moving on the screen, which means that it's probably not playing. Okay. Some things are best not done while the stream is going on because of the cascading effect of that. Now, something, it's an arrow shaft that isn't painted back here, but I'll see if I can. It's way on the back, so it's hard to see or not see at the same time. This one's completely painted over, but it seems to be largely intact. I think those look okay. I think, there isn't much of that red, those feathers, but they show. I wanted to make sure they showed up there. And even with these glasses on, as I look at it very closely, it seems to be okay. But on here, that looked like, yeah, over here where the light gray needs to be touched up. So I'm going to do that. It needs dry so I can touch that up. Back and forth between these magnifying lenses, where they focus and then where they don't focus. It's it's just interesting. In focus here. The red of the stock of the crossbow got a little bit onto the gray of the quiver. I mean, that's all it was, just that tiny touch. But it needed to be done. Light gray, since I've got it out, make sure that there's places where it needs. Oh, yeah. So I'll do this. This is where I got the red all over it. Painting the whole surface of it, just in case there's a variation in like the gloss or the color between one time and the other. Okay. Now I'm going to paint. What did I say? I was going to paint the overcoat, right? and then the undercoat later. The overcoat being the top skirt and cowl and sleeves and chest and stuff, as opposed to the lighter color that'll be on the sleeves and the legs. And this is going to be painted what's called flat earth. It's the same base color we use on our floors. It's a really bland kind of brown, but it looks really good when there's a wash on it. So I'm expecting I'll be putting a wash on it. This paint is behaving. Thinned it a little bit because it gets near the bottom of the bottle. And as that happens, the ratio of pigment to solvent gets changed. And anyway, yeah, we're going back here, and I'm going to start here just to get going on something that's not too hard to see how the paint is flowing. And yeah, this is okay. Up to the belt. There's a little spot under here that's a little harder. I am paint on some of these models. I painted the cowl a different color than the rest of the model, but I'm not going to do that here. I am now getting paint all over the arm, where that will be painted a lighter color later, but that will be painted a different color later. So there. Okay, I'm going to paint around the face now. And this is just made a little bit harder than, whoa, got out of focus there pretty badly. As the cowl goes deep around the face and down to the shoulders. So need to get the paint in there. So that's obviously cowl colored. Okay. But not getting it on the face because that needs to be face colored. Okay, that's the spot. Trying to find the place where it's in focus, I guess I should say. Yeah, this paint needs a little more thinning. I mean, it'd be fine if I were doing, base coating dungeon wooden floor tiles or something. But for this purpose, it's a little bit too viscous. It builds up on the brush, not on the very tip, kind of climbs up the brush. Oh, there, that's a real obvious spot, isn't it? Have to be obviously fixed. Those where it looked good on the cowl, but it got a little too far. down onto the gray because it looked just fine from one direction, but not the other. Yeah, so Grumpy Day, I'd say that as far as this is going, Grumpy Day is settling in really well. As I find just all sorts of reasons to be grumpy. Like I got paint, the red, and I got paint on the dark gray. Yeah, lots of grumps going on here. And why am I painting the top of the head? Because I know that's where I'm going to be touching most often, right? That was very poorly chosen. It was almost inevitable, wasn't it? This is where I'm going. Okay, the one thing I did do right was I decided to wait doing the dark gray touch up until after this was done because, yeah, there's more spots to touch up. Where I started doing this. Most of them so far look to be not too difficult. Just did it again. I'm coming at it the wrong way with the brush, is what I'm doing. And in so doing, I'm getting these globby bits on the top of the brush, touching the gray. But the angle of the brush is wrong. And I stopped painting the top of the head because I've already stuck my finger in it twice. And it's probably not something I need to continue doing. To be, just a little bit more difficult than I would like, but it's not any more difficult than I knew it would be. I just touched the top of the feathers. Yes, nice. I have to really wash the back of the brush, especially as the paint continues to climb up onto it. This side where the sleeve ends here, maybe there. I'm going to paint down onto it a fair distance because I can come back up to it later. But I'm not really sure where the top coat ends and the bottom coat starts. I think it's like right there. It's a little bit of a sleeve there. Okay. We'll come back to that a little later. We'll start working down here. Usually you get these, you get the spot of one color on the other, and it looks really bad, like there. But then that turns out to be tiniest little dot in one spot, and that's all it takes to fix it. But I shouldn't say that, because that was a not grumpy thing to say. Messed up again, and didn't grump when I had the opportunity. The grump about messing up Grumpy Day. I can continue to grump about why did I put any paint at all on the top of the head, knowing that that's most likely where I would stick that little finger, which I use to hold things steady. That I can grump about kind of persistently. Okay, well, there's maybe a little spot there that needs to be gray, kind of an unevenness, just there, and then under the arm here. Thought I got that, but clearly not. Right, I did this. This is the and where is the end of the sleeve really kind of situation here. So we'll paint this down further than it needs to go. And make the boundary decision later when I start painting with the lighter brown. Somewhere along here, there's overshirt and an undershirt. The nastiest places to paint are, ironically, I can use that word. I'm going to use that word ironically. Places that are least likely to be seen. But then, you put this in a stream, and when the character is non-lethally wounded and no longer in play, you tip it over, right? That's the convention. You tip it over, and then it's like, oh, look, they didn't paint under the arm. Yeah. Failure of paint. So see what we can do there. Okay. At this point, I'm going to clean the brush because this paint's starting to build up on the brush a little bit. Okay, and then we'll come back. To the sleeve. Just didn't get, there it was. I knew there was an issue here. I need to get painted underneath here. Down to the end of wherever the end of the sleeve is going to end up. After all of this deciding to be We will inspect that after the paint is dried and make a decision. Okay, there was the spot in the back. Yeah, there it is. Kind of between the belts here. So one end, one boundary is the belt that comes across. Another is the belt across this way. Another is the crossbow. There's another one of those impressionist paintings. It looks like I need to get a little closer to the belt here. Get on there. So there'll be some light gray touch up as well, where I just touch the tip of the horn of whatever that is. Dark gray belt gets pretty slim back here. Get it. It looks like I went a little bit too far onto the quiver there. Anyway, we'll be getting out the both the light gray and the dark gray to do touch up when it comes time to do that. Do touching up. I might just go around the edges, and I might bring out a bigger brush to finish off the bottom of this here. It's one of those things where this little brush just is not built for that much surface area. Use it to get up underneath the pants here and along the edge of the leg. I know that will have to be touched up later after I get the leg, the inside painted, because I doubt that I'll be able to get that line very clearly, but this paint will cover that up. Paint along the belt here. Bag. And then likely I'll just pull out a slightly larger brush and let this one soak for a bit before I take on the other figure. Excuse me. See what that is. It's just kind of a sloppy mess before. And the most amazing thing about this whole thing, other than that my head is magnified, is that it has stayed on camera. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm staying on camera. So before I get the bigger brush out to do the rest of this, I'm going to go around and look to see I just don't know. I think this color should go those lighter colors should go all the way up to the cowl there. And all the way up to it here on this side. So maybe I painted down way too far. I don't know. Oh, yeah, geez. Yeah, I forgot all about the part that I keep holding on to. There is the rest of the head here. That was wishful not thinking, but yeah. Just getting lots of paint off of the brush here. I think this is starting to skin up a little bit in the bottle. Yeah, I managed to get it too far. It wasn't far enough. Too far. Come back with the skin color and fix the left side of their face. Paint the top of the head here. Get around the crossbow. Get it onto the mace so that there's yet another color yet still that needs to be touched up. Not just gray and flesh. Nope, nope, nope. Get it on there. Basically all the colors. So we will be getting all the colors out again, one tiny little drop at a time, and do one tiny little spot at a time touch up all around the model. That was a good grump. Like the red, a little bit here and there where it got touched. That shouldn't have. And then this looks pretty flat because it is flat, but with a wash on it, it ends up looking really pretty decent. So the trick was to touch the forehead with this brush, but I'm pulling out the orangey flesh anyway, so I'll touch that up at the same time. The inside of this cowl looks like it didn't get painted at all. Either that or it's just the color change as it dries. I think that's it. Just looking around here, seeing whether I missed any spots before I pull out a slightly larger brush to finish the flowing bottom of the cape cord kind of thing. So I'll do that, and I'll let this sit there. Yeah, this is probably fine. It's so much faster to just do that, right? Especially since we don't mind getting onto the color that will be painted next. Go. That was a good example of not caring about getting it on to the that will be painted a different color next. Didn't didn't monitor at all. I just watched a whole bunch of paint there. Okay. So you can see that this dries to a pretty nice brown, and with a light wash, a really light wash, it'll bring out the folds in the fabric really quite nicely. And the wash that we use on the floors is smoky ink. And it gives it a really nice reddish tinge, but I'm going to just use either dark brown or umber on this because I don't want it to get reddish. All right, so I can see that just about every color that's used, the light gray, the dark gray, even the metallic, the red, the flesh, all of the other colors now need touch up on this model because of, the next color paint. So we'll just let this get washed. And I'm going to cap this up and give this another stir before I start in on the next one. This next one has a lot of this color. There's very little of the undershirt or underpants, so to speak, that show here. There's the difficult areas are around the collar, the top here, where a little bit of the shirt is showing between the belt and the model. And it looks like there's kind of a collar around its neck. So anyway, that's a little bit of a guide. That's the most difficult part. The second most difficult part is this little triangle back here. And the rest is pretty straightforward, trying to get paint underneath and around other surfaces. Big bunch of stuff that can, once I get the lines done, I can just paint all of that with a larger brush. The time coming. Oh, welcome back. Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't looking up because I was too intent on putting paint onto spots I didn't want to. But your support, Ryan, is really, really appreciated. Thanks for the raiders. I hope you become followers and subscribers. What we're doing here is relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons on Grumpy Day. So this is a relaxing grump. It's Grumpy Day because there was a big air pressure change with a front that moved through, and we got 5 or 6 inches of heavy wet snow that have to be moved. And these little minifigs are always a pain for me to paint because I don't have the skill needed to do it, or actually the hand that's steady enough anymore. But that is as it is. So yeah, I'm continuing to put brown paint on these little barbarianish kind of figures. And I'm going to start with the worst part. right at the top here. There's a little bit of collar of the undershirt here. Start with that. The Raiders managed to miss the very start of the stream, which was painting this guy's beard, which turned out, adequate. And I'm practicing with these magnifying lenses. I got these just this last week. Okay. So I'm going to have, what I'm going to do is I want to err on the side of getting this brown paint not on the flesh, but getting it, if I have to get it somewhere other than where I wanted to get it on the gray belt, because that belt will be much easier to touch up than the, the skin color on its neck. So I'm getting used to these too. When they are in focus, they're really a great help in painting stuff like this. When they're not in, I managed to get it on his beard. My main problem with this is I don't attend to the side of the brush. And if there's paint on the side of the brush, it then gets itself to things like that. Fortunately, and that's the upside of it, such as it is that it's usually in an easy to touch up spot. That's why it bumps into it, because it's right there. And there's this little collar here that I am just catching with this brown paint. Even here. And I also keep bumping into the crossbow that was broken, that was glued on, but it keeps, anyway. I used a contact cement instead of epoxy, so let's just say that it's not real solid. It still moves. It's bending but not breaking, so that's a good thing. See, it moved a little bit there. So just trying to get this collar, this 2-layer collar thing painted. The line is even, if nothing else. I did get it on the skin, so I'm going to have to do beard touch up and skin touch up both. Good deal of gray touch up. Wow, I don't even know how I did that. I overpainted like a third of the belt there. Okay, I'm going to I think I'm going to get under the crossbow from the bottom and paint up to it. Try to put it on the inside of the gray belt there, but it's not too bad. So when I get the gray paint out, I'll have to decide if I want to come back down onto it or just leave the boundary there. A major conflict between the lens focusing, the focal distance, the location of the brush, and where the paint wants to go. Okay, well, that looks really pretty scabby, but I think that with some little gray touch-up, it will, and some flesh touch-up, it'll come out okay. So this is another one of those, and where is the edge of the sleeve? And that's it there. So this paint has gone down way too far onto the sleeve below, but that'll be painted back later, so I'm not too worried about that. This little sleeve line there. This is going to be painted a different color under there. Nose is dripping. It's a little bit chilly down here. Oh, well, that part was easy compared to this part. There, and then trying to get it down into the sleeve area there. The seam is there. Okay, well, I guess that will have to do. But there's a lot of gray touch up, and when I do that, it will improve the look of this significantly. Back here. What have I not done? What I haven't done is I haven't broken the broken crossbow off yet. Having said that, I'll keep bouncing on it, and I'll keep touching it so that eventually I will. Now here, this is not really very finely delineated in the back here where these belts cross. They're not, there are parts of the model where the belts are raised up very high, like back here, okay? And then there are parts here where there's just like a hint of a border. I'm going to make one up and try to paint the spot that isn't the belt, this brown color, and then maybe come back with a little bit of gray later and change the boundary line if necessary. Yeah, I mean, it's a little uneven, so I think on the bottom here, along the bottom belt, except for this one little spot, it's not too bad. The rest of it, yeah, I'd say it's, it's okay considering. Yeah. Oh, okay. I remember this now. There's this area here. So this is definitely going to get on the brown because I am going to try to avoid getting it onto the red. Because there's gap between the crossbow and the belt. Just I got it on the belt because, well, it was going to go somewhere. You have to redefine the belt on the back here with that dark gray color later because it totally disappeared there. So, being so sloppy, you just kind of wonder, why am I even being careful at all? Trying to minimize the amount of touch up that I need to do, or if there is touch up, that it's in places that are fairly easy to touch. I don't know how successful I am being at that, but it's more successful on the other one than this one. Touching up the collar there. Didn't like the way it flowed. We're going to use our imagination later to decide where the belts cross here. Starting around the bottom now. Use this brush, I guess, because that's what I've got in my hand. and should be doing the outline and then doing a larger brush, but I'm not. So there we go. Do that around the front. Whoa, there's a little clearance there. Clearance between the fists and the clothing there. Okay. There's a whole chunk of chest here that didn't get painted. So this section here, I will look up and see what's happening on chat. I'm guessing the music didn't come back. No, the music. This is the day the music died. To get a refresher course in whether or not I can fix music on the fly in future streams. I tried and clearly didn't remember the sequence of clicks that I needed to have to diagnose the problem. Part of being older, oh my, I must have touched that. Part of being older is getting a lesson on how to do something. You go, oh yeah, I get that, and you're not lying, right? You go, yeah, I really did. At the moment, I understood clearly what you said I should do, but at some moment in the future, when it came time to actually do the things that I just learned how to do, yeah, then there's just what was that again? And I'm pretty sure that I actually clicked on the right thing, but the thing that was supposed to happen next wasn't what I was expecting. That is, the part of the menu that I thought would come up wasn't there. So, to after the stream, get a refresher course in music repair. I know that's something that can be fixed before this goes on YouTube, because it's happened before that the music just sort of stopped right around now. And sometimes that happens when there's like an update or something, and there is. When I turn the computer on, there's this really annoying, your computer isn't set up. Do you want me to do all of these things, none of which I want done? But I have a choice of either doing those things that I don't want done or being reminded again in 3 days, which is like the next stream. So when we get a music refresher, we might just do a computer restart so we can either do those things that I don't want done just so that the reminder keys stops popping up, or make the reminder disappear so that it doesn't come back on to tell me that it's time to do these things that I really don't want to have done. All of these features on this computer, that the latest update of something is made available to me to enhance my experience with their software that I don't need enhanced in the way that they are making available to me. Okay, so that brown base coat is on there. Look at the other one. Oh, I got this paint out. Sometimes when you're painting a large area, the paint doesn't cover quite the way you want to, but this one looks like it's not too bad. This one doesn't require quite as much touch-up, but there is different colors all over. So I'm going to declare myself done with this color for the moment. And there's not going to be enough time to finish this thing today, so that'll give me something to do on Monday, on non-submarine Monday. I'll be able to finish these and either start numbers 3 and 4 of these minifigs, start working on floor tiles. I'm not sure which. So do I want at this point to start getting out every other color and touching up? Let me take these off so I can see the glass. I got 10 minutes left, so let me just start putting little dots of different colors on. I'll just start with this red. It's like virtually every color that I've used needs a dot touch up. Just start doing that. Yep, so starting with the crossbow red. Just little spots all over the place where the brown paint got on, where I didn't want it. Another one of those, just keep rotating it. You get all the angles. That's there. Okay, everything got out of focus here. That is not helpful. Trying to get this thing focused back the way I wanted it focused. Oh my. That. Okay, that should have been, that's a spot where the brown paint didn't go far enough. Let me finish touching up the red. Bristles on the brush just decided to no longer form a point. Well, it's not very helpful either.
We'll have to try to reform that before we do too much more. Get enough paint out, not to get too much paint out, right? Clean this off. That's one color. This is isopropyl alcohol. This is the brush isn't coming clean quickly enough with just water. Give it a bath in that, and that usually dissolves it pretty well. Okay, so let's do this. This is the flesh tone. This is the, is that just, that's just a bright spot from it being wet yet. But I remember this guy, this spot. That. Then there was hair color. I'm not even going to bother mixing that up. It's just, there was just this spot or two on the head. Beard. There's that. What other colors do we have here? Yeah, this one. This is the darker metallic. And I needed a little drop of this because of the handle on one of the maces. Was I squeeze the paint. There it is. Yeah. So that made sense to squeeze out all that paint just for that little bit, right? Just pull out all the colors right on. Check them out. It's the light gray color that I've used for the bags and the quiver. Sure, there's a spot or two of that somewhere that needs to be touched up. Big blot down there at the bottom. What to do about that? I think I'll just leave that. That's okay. It's one of those boundary line issues, right? I know the tip of one of these bags got bumped. So I'm looking at this. I'm not liking how some of this looks down around the belt. It's not a place where it will be very visible, but it just needs to be closer. The paint didn't quite go up into it as far as it should, and then down in here, pretty much not at all. Not much, but it's better now. And what is the time? It's time to quit. So I'm going to do the dark gray touch up. There's quite a lot of that. I'm going to save that for Monday. So let me just recap quickly here as we have run out of time because everything takes more time than I think. Turn off the light. Reduce my head back to normal size. It's not magnified any longer. Yeah. So we're continuing to work on these crossbow guys. I took the entire stream and still haven't finished them, which is, I don't know. What can I say? Not great. What I managed to do today was get his hair done, get the mace done, get the bow done, get the arrows done. I have a lot of dark gray touch-up to do because when I put this dark brown on, it just got over it in a lot of places, and a little bit of touch-up around the buckles, but not much. I need to, do that. This guy, dark gray touch-up, and then there is one more color, which is buff, that'll go on the sleeves and the pants legs here. And hopefully that will go pretty well. On this one, the same thing. There'll be some dark gray touch-up, not nearly as much. It seemed to have gone better on the earlier one than the later one. But there are some spots here and there, like that and that. And I'll check the boots to make sure they were covered well. This one has a lot more of the buff, sometimes in difficult to reach places like the leg in here. So we're going to do that as well as we can, and if necessary, just do the darker brown touch-up. Sorry, that's the buff color there and there. The sleeves are a little trickier in that they touch the crossbow there. Here it's a question of I think the sleeves will go all the way up to the cowl. And kind of front and the back, I'm going to do that, like the sleeves in that lighter color, all the way up to the cowl and the flowing garment. So after I get those done, and then do one final review and touch up of whatever colors need to be touched. Looks like there's a little spot of red there. I doubt, the red's still alive. Looks like there's a little spot there that needs to be red. And on the very tip of the crossbow here, that's what happens when you rotate these things, right? As you start seeing stuff that needed to be done you didn't see before. So I said I was wrapping up and ending, and I meant that, except for, these little bits of things that needed to be fixed. I'm going to do that on Monday, and hopefully, looks like I never painted the inside of that bit of the crossbow. At least enough so that it gives the impression of having been done, without getting it everywhere. And then there's little bits of the brown that need to be touched up, like the back there, where I'll touch up that as well. Probably after I do the buff color, because there'll be spots like here and here that will require, touching up. The boundary isn't really clear. So I've got dark gray touch up, I've got buff, I've got brown touch up after the buff, a review of the entire thing, and then I'm going to do a brown wash on this brown and the buff color, not to change the color very much, but to bring out the folds, the shadows and folds that have been put into the model, right? So I'll be using this color for touch up. I'll be using this color for the parts that I haven't painted yet. Okay. And then I'll be using all the other colors, maybe to touch up stuff that needed to be touched after those base coats went on. And after I do the wash, then I'll do the base in just the red-brown color I've been using before. And then, put a little wash on it so that it isn't too uniform. So that was relaxing painting on Grumpy Day. I hope your day is not too terribly grumpy. I've got a bunch of unpleasant chores to do this afternoon. So, my grumpiness will continue today. Thanks for joining in. We will see you on Monday. Tyson Dungeons says, see you, and be sure to join us there.